And good morning. The 5th of August, 2025. Man, can't believe it. Okay, so here we go. It's we got air quality alerts, and it's hot, and all hell's breaking loose down here. Welcome to my virtual private journal. The idea here is that I capture everything I'm looking at on my trading screens, and my voiceover provides some insight as to what I was thinking. I believe journaling is real important, but I don't multitask well, and for me to be focusing on trading and screen snapping and typing and things at the same time isn't very good use of my focus, I don't believe. So I'm trying this, and I like it a lot. It's not for financial or trade advice. It is my journal. Okay, so essentially I'm talking to myself, and if it happens to be helpful to anybody else, that's super. I mean, that would be a big plus. There is a disclaimer in the description here, so give that a look. I'm not monetized in any way. The motivation for doing this is strictly I gotta change the headset. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. I don't have speakers on in here for bleed over, echo, and all those reasons, and I wasn't ready. Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm not monetized. The idea of this stream is that it provides complete transparency and accountability for this journey that I'm doing here with these accounts. See here what else. Yeah, I don't multitask well. I'm trying to do something and it's not working right. There we go. Okay, now I got everybody going. Yeah, so it's complete. The reason a couple of reasons I streamed to YouTube, but probably the primary reason originally was because I can monitor the stream, review it on any kind of a device, which is pretty handy rather than standing here after standing here for 7 or 8 hours a day. It's nice to not be able to walk away and relax and do something else. So there we go. I have my trading screens are Bookmap and IRT. The stream is high def in 1440p and 60 FPS. So if it's a little blurry or something on your end, use the gear box there on YouTube, and you can up the quality substantially, and it's real sharp, and hopefully the audio is nice and clear. Throughout the day, I will share, my setups and my thinking, so that it's I don't hide anything. There's no secret sauce or anything for sale. So whatever I'm doing or thinking or using in terms of strategies or setups, criteria, triggers, etc., are all completely transparent and shared. I also share these session prices here with couple of different, the Traders Lab and Static and some folks, and I'm happy to do that. If these prices push automatically in real time from Bookmap, from IRT, pardon me, and they are, I start that machine that's a little before 1700 on Sunday evening, and it runs through 1600 on Friday afternoon. So if these session prices would be helpful, let me know in the chat, or it'll have to be in the chat. All right, so let's move on to the numbers now. We have PMI out at 9, and then we have two versions of that, actually. So we have S&P Global Composite PMI, trade imports and stuff. There's the trade balance. ISM non-manufacturing PMI is out at 9, and the first level of numbers is out at 845. So we'll be watching for that. I would suggest stand by and don't do anything. That's what I do. You'll see that there was a whole bunch of random risk stuff. This is what I call the administration things. You know, all these tweets and statements and things that have real serious, typically negative effects on the market. This dropped the ES 15 handles in the blink of an eye at 7 o'clock, basically. And they're not scheduled. That's why I refer to them as random risk, because one of the things we do as traders, obviously, is manage risk. That's one of the most important criteria, or our jobs. And if you don't know what that risk is, how do you manage or mitigate it? You can't. So that's a new dynamic to the markets and to trading that we didn't used to deal with. Here is our overnight. It's just basically flat. Inventory would be balanced, as you can see the profile here. Whoops, let me put that up there. There we go. And as of right now, we're trading here. So the open type for the day would be higher in range because, well, not really. It would be lower in range, actually, to be honest with you, because we are below the close. There's only two criteria to determine the open type, and it's maybe easier to see over here on Bookmap. If we open right here, right now, how would that open compare to the previous RTH session close? It's right there. So it's lower than the previous close. And how does it compare to the previous range? Well, right there is the RTH high. So it's lower in range would be the open type if we opened right here, right now. I hate these kind of days. You know, all this period of time up here, all this trade here, we were higher and out of range in some points. So when it's right up here on the cusp, there's a few other anomalies that I think are interesting to talk about. Typically, when we close right here at the high, we generally have a continuation. Nothing happened. I was expecting that, and we had this, and I thought, okay, here we go. So basically balanced trade. They're not real sure what to do at this point, looks to me like. This is the NQ, same minis. And this is the ES micro composite as I draw them. The way I do these is, this is a RTH session chart. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. Now we gapped way down here, so there was nothing there. Yesterday we traded here, price overlapped, so I started a new micro composite with those two candles. Strictly however you want to do it, you know, and this is the way I do it. So there you go. Now these red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes from this micro composite volume profile. They push automatically to Bookmap, as do these session prices. This is the market profile for the ES. I also track and plot the micros of the same exact layout, same exact everything else, but these are the micros and these are the minis. There you go. We jump back over here, and then how do these tie together? Well, here's the micro composite chart levels, which I feel are important. The naked volume points of control, gap high, gap low, market micro composite volume or VPOC, and these are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. You see what a tight range that is? Basically 16, 15 handles total. This is the RTH session volume profile, which is supposed to automatically reset this morning at 8:30, but it's been giving me trouble here with Bookmap for the last few weeks. So I make sure I reset it. This is my notes column, which is pretty important for my daily workflow. And the first thing I do every day is set the column title to reflect the open type for the day. So this is going to be lower in range. Remember how we worked that out? Because if we open right here, right now, we're lower than the close, but we're in range. Little deceptive because we're right at the absolute top of yesterday's range, but technically we're lower in range. I also, this open type dictates which statistics columns I use for the associated session prices. And I also use this column to input the migrating VPOCs. This is the RVPOC. It is technically the most recent naked volume point of control from an RTH session. This is from yesterday. This is where we closed yesterday. And the rest of these are pretty self-explanatory. Nothing is mysterious or magical here. The levels are just math or common sense. The POCs simply mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. Nothing more. The VWAPs are the volume weighted average price. There's one for each. There's a POC for each. There's an IB high and an IB low. And there's a mid for the RTH. The IB high and low are, and the name is an acronym from the market profile days of initial balance. What these levels really actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. In other words, this one will continue to, first of all, when we open, this will migrate to the high of the current RTH session. Then it will migrate up with price, should price go up, and the low will migrate down with price in the first hour. And at 9:30, they stop moving. All times on my charts, by the way, are that I refer to are Central Standard Time. So for me here, the market will open at 08:30. Boom. Okay. Session prices then and statistics. Right here is the statistics study, and it's real simple. There's only 4 open types: gap up, gap down, and in the middle. We're expecting to open lower in range today. This study looks back at 2,000 days. Of the 2,000 days, we open lower in range, 589 of them. Of these days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 495 times, 84.0%. Overnight volume point of control, 84.0. And that's exactly all there is to it. Now I will just go down the list here. The next one is the overnight mid, which is 82.9%. Okay. Overnight mid is someplace around here, probably right there. I would guess, yep. And that is, what did I say? 82.9. Okay, and I'll just continue to do that. And I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So that's how the session prices go. That's how the statistics go. And remember, these are statistics. These are probabilities. They're not hard and fast targets or lines in the sand. And, you know, we're only 18 minutes before past 8. They could very easily bring this thing back up above close, and then all bets are off. Then I'm going to have to change all the statistics around. So that's always magical when they do that. Let's see what's next here. The previous close is 73.5%. We know where that boy is right there. Now, the IB high is 71.0. So this is a good one for illustration. Needless to say, I need to put the initials here because the minute we open, this flag will move to the high of wherever our current RTH trade starts. So I'll be wondering why this 71, what's this 71.0 mean if I don't put these initials beside it? It'll just be out there in space by itself. And, you know, the chances of us opening where this was the IB high instantly would be pretty far-fetched, and it will not stay there because it'll move the minute price does. Okay. Previous value area low is previous mid, previous value area low 68.4. Where'd that go? Value area high. We don't want that. That's 57.2. The difference between value area high and low and developing value area high and low are the developing levels are for the current auctioning session. The no D, the value area high or low, are for the previous auctioned session. After we open, I need to change the charting type from full session to gotta make a snap here too. From full session to day session only, so that the relationship between value area high and developing value area high are correct. Now I'm going to do the T-Lab snap, which I do every day at about 8:20. And I'll tell you what that is here in a minute as Mr. Multitask Boy gets organized here. Well, now, what is the Traders Lab? It is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and it's done by Tom B. It's right. There's the name right there. So, some important things to know. It is completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty amazing. And you're never solicited to buy anything, which is probably one of the first attractions to me. I'm so tired of these internet guru types that are, really all they're doing is trying to sell something. My thinking is, if you're such a good damn trader, why are you busy selling shit every 15 minutes? You know what I mean? And maybe, I'm sure there's a good answer for that, but I don't know what it is. Anyway, so what you need to do is you need to join the Bookmap Discord server, obviously, and there's a link to that in the description here. And then navigate to that Traders Lab by Tom B. And that's the only chat room, even within Bookmap server, that I recommend, because I certainly haven't visited all of them. I did visit 2 others at one point, and they were just exactly typical. The third word out of the guy's mouth was, "This indicator's available for sale on my website," and the other one wanted to sell $975 monthly mentoring. So that's not of interest to me. And it's fine if that's what they want to do. And more importantly, that Bookmap wants to support that. That's fine with me. I don't care. But it's not interesting to me, and so I don't recommend them. The T-Lab, on the other hand, Tom is a professional trader. He's been at it for like 46 years. His own account, not, he's not trading for somebody else. Early on, I think he was a money manager or something, but he doesn't trade live and he doesn't call trades. But I believe that he is the genuine article. I've never seen his account. I've never seen him trade live, but I do believe him from just years of listening and conversation and whatnot. So I do recommend it. And there's a good crew of people in there also. Rod and Didn't Matter and Lefty and Antonio and, lots of people who are, it's more of an adult room, I think. And the people there, the majority of the people there are focused on developing a statistically consistently profitable trading business as opposed to video game or, arcade game, whatever. So there you go, the Traders Lab. And every day I make 2 posts in there, one at about 6 with the numbers and one at 8:20 with this, which has pretty much all the numbers that people might want to refer to, including the overnight and RTH sessions, looking back a while, naked volume, points of control, etc. I started doing this a long time ago because I noticed that a lot of people would post, hey, what's the POC? What's POC? What's POC? And so I thought, well, that maybe if there was a place that people could just look for it, then it might unclog the chat and, more importantly, provide the information that they're looking for in a hurry. I don't post in there very much anymore. I used to be very active, but the stream, I think it's better to focus on my trading in the stream rather than, chatting in the chat room. And I still, go there now and then and see what's going on and make my posts every day, but I'm not real active in there as I once was. And I'm also fortunate to be in the static. So now we're going to open here in 4 minutes. What have I forgotten to do now? Yes, this is kind of important. If you want to be able to trade, isn't that the point? With Bookmap, you first have to activate the trade control panel, which is right here. Click that button and select a method you want to use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can enter trades with your mouse is in this active data column right here. You see how the cursor goes from an arrow to a dollar sign in this over here, and there's no continuing line or volume dots. It's just the bid and ask going back and forth. Okay, that's the chart. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns. And both, of course, is both columns. You can trade with your hotkeys on your keyboard if once you enable them. In all 3 of those configurations, chart, DOM, or both. But you have to remember that the focus of the computer needs to be on the application here. So you need to click somewhere. If you're looking around at another screen or whatever, you need to click someplace over here to get the focus of the computer back to the application. And that's got nothing to do with Bookmap or anybody else. That's a Windows or OS function, and it's perfectly normal and well understood. But it is something to remember, because more than once I've been looking at something on IRT and clicked on something to highlight it or whatever, and then looked at my left screen here and seen a trade present itself and try a hotkey and no worky. So, and I also believe now I've pretty much converted to the mouse trading because I think it's much more accurate and quicker. Typically I have my right hand on the mouse and my left hand is resting on my desk. It's a stand-up desk, so I'm not laid back in a chair, but I'm standing here, but I've got my finger on the mouse and my hand on the desk. If I wanted to trade for my hotkeys, I'd have to drop the mouse and bring both hands back to the keyboard, I think this is just easier. So there you go. The next thing I need to do is activate the multi-brackets. I use a risk-neutral philosophy or trade management system, and this is the basic package. You need to have a minimum, you need to trade an even number of contracts, so this is the smallest possible package, right? You have the stop for the entire package at one level. You can determine that by ATR, your risk tolerance, volatility, harmonic rotations, whatever you come up with. You'll determine the stop in ticks. that automatically then makes the first risk neutral scale stat, because it is for the same amount of ticks as the stop, but in the positive, of course, and for half of the package. Then you have the runner, or the remainder of the package, in this case T2. Now the advantage of this is the second that you achieve T1, the worst possible situation or outcome for this trade is a scratch. And boy, that is a huge reliever of psychological issues. Here's a 4 lot. What is it? Well, 4 contracts, same price, half the package, and then 2 runners. Easy, right? And you can set it up. Here's back when we had all kind of volatility. That's how I had that set up. So going with a 2 lot, doodle-doodle-doo. And now typically I would have the multi-account trading, but that there's a problem with that I'll talk about in a minute here. But yeah, you see that there's 3 accounts there out of 5 that are not available. So that's a problem. And that's a result of some issues that they had with their data on Friday, and they're still trying to get it straightened out. So let's get back to the point at hand. After I've gotten the multi-bracket in, if I have the trade copy working, I come back here and I confirm that this is the correct package size, and then I click the button again. Stays green, padlock stays open because we've selected a way to interact with for trading. But I get the real estate back, and I don't believe you should trade your P&L. Also, I have the same data points up here available, and cancel all and close all buttons, so I don't need the trade control panel over here because I don't use these brackets or anything with the multi-bracket setup. And we've opened, and I'm busy talking. Sorry about that. 2 minutes ago. Geez, I didn't even notice. Football. So here we go with IB high and low seeming to be pretty correct. Here's our first flag. Wow, that's pretty funny. I didn't even notice. It's more run down than I thought, I guess. I start flagging these, and I will continue to do so throughout the day. And yes, the yellow brick road continues to plot all day, but at some point it's going to be scrolled off the left of the screen. So this way I have all the information I think that's important to trade here in front of me on the hard right edge. That's my goal. I'm pretty happy that this worked, and it seems to be correct. Been having a problem with that. Now, you notice how the IB high and the IB low have moved to the high and low of the first 1 hour? Okay. And what's this down here? What the hell was 71 about? Oh, it was the IB high from yesterday. There you go. So that's how that works. Okay, a word about this data issue and the trading and all of that. This stream and these accounts are TopStep evaluation at this point. My thinking was to start with 0 to hero, right? So absolutely 0, brand new accounts. Start the stream and have a daily, completely transparent and accountable record through the entire process, through the XFAs and funded account, etc. In the beginning, I was not a fan of this. I kind of looked suspiciously at the trade copier idea, and then the more I thought about it, the more I thought, well, that's pretty stupid. Why don't I try that? And it works magically. When I have my risk neutral 2-lot package, when I take both targets, that is 60 ticks. It automatically copies to those other 4 accounts, and that 60 ticks becomes 300 ticks. So what can be wrong with that? But now they had a problem on Friday, and those 3 accounts are not pulling through to Rhythmic. I'm only getting 2 of them, so I don't want to. I could trade the 2, but I'm holding on yesterday and today. Holding on yesterday and today to let them get it sorted out. And quite frankly, the trade has been pretty random these yesterday, and I'm not, Thursday was a great day. Friday, I knew they were having trouble. I didn't trade. And yesterday, it still wasn't resolved, so I'm standing by. Morning, Antonio. How goes it, my brother? All right. And now I need to get these charts over from full session to RTH, which I'm going to do now, I'm hoping. Well, we didn't gap up. We did. Interestingly enough, we had we closed right up at the highs yesterday and didn't really have the follow through or the continuation that would be normally expected by me anyway, in that kind of a close configuration. So I probably would have gotten spanked if I'd have done that. Good for me, I didn't do that. What is going on here? I don't want that to be the case. All right, so here we go. Everything looks like it's just hunky-dory here now. Yeah. What do we got going on now? The full session VPOC is kind of a muted yellow, and the RTH sessions is the brighter yellow one. Kind of hard to differentiate. Maybe I ought to change that at some point. I don't know. So we've crossed back and forth over the overnight volume point of control a couple of times. What a surprise. 84% probability, and, happens 84% of the days looking back over 2,000 days. There you go. 8 minutes. 2 weeks already? Wow. I need to do something. Okay, so it looks to me like the stream is trickling along here. That's a good thing. Antonio's in. That's even better. Chat seems to be working. Lots of craziness going on out there. The random risk potential is higher than a kite today. This was, I hate that when I do that. I'm definitely not a influencer. This hit the wire about 7, just a little after 7. You see where I caught the snap down here and dropped the ES 15 handles in the blink of an eye. So these are the random risks that are, I think, really unique to our market now, and not a lot of fun, actually. What can you do? How can you mitigate that risk? Some random guy's going to just jump on and start doing a bunch of tweets or whatever they are. I don't know. So you just have to, I think it really enforces the trade management and risk management. You need to have a real sound plan in mind. Always. That's why I always trade with the multi-brackets, which automatically put in a stop and two targets. Never move my stop away from the entry. Can move it closer sometimes, but never away. And of course, if it's a big enough move, a stop isn't really ultimate protection, because what happens with a stop order is it becomes a market order the minute price gets there. Well, by definition, you get the best filled. So that could be, 10 handles away from where you thought it was, but at least you've got a stop in there. It's, if you don't have anything, or you think you're going to react yourself, and you're really kidding yourself, in my opinion. And also, you need to make sure, in my case it is so, that stops and targets are server side, which means they're resting on the co-located servers in Chicago. It's not on my machine. In the early days, that stuff used to all rest on our machines. So if your personal internet took a dump, or your computer fell over for whatever reason, you were out there like Pluto with no help. Now that's pretty much not the case anymore. There may still be some outfits that do local. I think in some people there for a while, there was this philosophy that, well, they're hunting my stops, and so I'm going to keep them on my computer, and they'll be transparent to the market and the stop getting it, which I think is just complete BS and bullshit, bus tickets. But that was the thinking from some people, and why they did not want their stops and stuff or targets server side. I definitely don't agree with that. And, that's my opinion. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it's what I think. And if you're just lurking about the stream there, drop something in the chat. Antonio, I'm sure, gets bored hearing what I've got to say. If these session prices would be of any help to you, I'm happy to share them. Drop something in the chat, and we'll figure out a way to hook up. And I share these freely with the T-Lab and Static people and a few others around. And they push automatically live real time from Sunday night ETH open through the RTH close on Friday afternoon. I mean, there might be a period of time where I restart a machine or something like that when the market's off hours, but essentially these levels or price levels are real time and real time. I think we were down here at one point, looks like. So still haven't resolved that issue with the accounts there, Antonio. That's kind of disappointing. And I tried, it was pretty funny last night after the market, well, before 3, because that's when the telephone help, or whatever you call it, support stops working at TopStep. It goes from 8 to 3. And John Hoagland is the guy who does it. Hi, welcome to TopStep. Doodle-doo, and does all this pitch with his radio voice. And then after you do the select this and select that, and I want to talk to a person there, Well, due to high call volume at this time, we're unable to take your call at this time. Go over to the website and leave something with this moron Wendy. So that wasn't a lot of fun. I haven't gotten to speak to anybody essentially, which is pretty disappointing. I liked it in the old days when you call over there. I even remember the whole music very well. I liked it. I have redrawn my version of the micro composite, which is probably worth talking about. Here was the first here we go. Let's go up here. Here was the recent micro composite. The huge gap down on Friday. And then yesterday. So by the fact that we're having overlapping prices here, I started the new micro composite here. I have no idea what's going on at T-Lab or whatever else, but this is what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. So any of the micro composite prices, including the micro composite VPOC, etc., are based on this one. And that's what you see over here. That's what you see over here now. Okay. Now, something that I've been doing, which I sort of like, I draw a vertical line at the open, at each session open. And then as the day progresses, I try to keep the entire session visible on my heat map or chart, whatever you want to call that thing, which just keeps me centered around context and what we're really doing perspective-wise in terms of scale. And the reason for the vertical line is I don't have to look along at the prices and figure it out. You know, I can just see that. I can just make sure I scroll to a point where that blue boy is visible over here, and I know I've got the whole session. So we're 57, 67, 71. We're about 13 handles wide so far. Range-wise, we have a naked volume point of control up here from Thursday, I think. And also a micro composite VPOC up there above us. Needless to say, so we've cleaned out all these statistics so far. The overnight mid, the overnight volume weighted, the overnight volume weighted average price, POC, the mid, which isn't quite right. I didn't get that right. And the close, and now we've got the high above us. I was kind of lackadaisical about getting all these levels in here. I wasn't exactly sure we were going to the overnight high is a 52.2% probability. That's about as close to 50-50 as you want to get, isn't it? And guess what the overnight low would be? $66.8. And we've already taken it. There. Again, these are not lines in the sand or hard targets, but, you know, they are probabilities, and I believe that 2,000-day look back is a statistically significant data set. So there you go. I'm really disappointed those guys haven't gotten back to me. Or once before, long ago, this same thing happened for some other reason. I'm not sure why. And I actually did call through, and I got Gabe, I think, on the phone. And it took about a second. And he's, oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, now restart Rhythmic and you'll be all set. Yeah, and that's exactly as long as it took. And I'm sure that's the case now. The reason I'm hesitant to go ahead and trade it with the two that are pulling through is I don't want to split up. All 5 contracts, all 5 accounts are within a couple $100 of passing the evaluation, moving to the XFA, and I want to keep them together, right? Maybe that's faulty thinking. I don't know. Maybe, the great cosmic universe is taking care of me, and I should just trade these two. Who the hell knows? Who knows, dude? I do know that I have to figure out a plan going forward. Now, this multiple accounts, copy trade, all that stuff is just sim farming, right? It's just prop world fantasy. It's real. They pay you out. However, the minute you get put in a live account, which is the goal, isn't it? It certainly is in my world. It's only one account. There's no such copying. There's no any of that stuff. To complicate that further now, TopStep, they're trying to get everybody jammed into that, all the round pegs jammed into the square holes with TopStep X. What I understood the last time I heard Patak talk about it, and I haven't really been able to find anything written down on their site, is that any account, such as the ones I have, which started out with a different platform, in my case, Rhythmic, and then by Rhythmic, I can now trade with, as you see, Bookmap and IRT, will remain so, even with the live account. But any new accounts, any new combines, anything like that, you've got to trade with TopStep X. And I'm not going to do that because it is, just, in my opinion, it's one step ahead of a video game. I mean, for example, they don't have bracket orders or order cancel order. They don't have multi-brackets, even anything remotely like that. And I lean on that very heavily. You can see by my charting here, essentially I could, if you don't look at this side, which is the most important to me, I could trade TopStep X over here. What is this? This is a line chart, isn't it? Based on the close. And that's what this is this is the closing price. This is essentially a closing price line chart. These little bubbles in here, okay, I don't look at them too closely, but you can see I do like the fact that there's this heat map kind of a thing. That none of that exists there. There's no such thing as mid. There is VWAP, but there's no such thing as mids. There's a very rudimentary volume profile. Certainly not session prices, nor have I found a column where I could even manually enter them. But the biggest no-go item for me is the multi-bracket or the bracket setup. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. I got to make a call there. There's conversation in Static about switching to Sierra charts and to get, I mean, those guys don't trade TopStep anyway, but to switch into Sierra charts to get away from IRT and perhaps Bookmap, I don't know. It's kind of unsettling. And I had looked around a lot, as you know, Antonio, at Quant Tower and those kind of things. But I would kind of thought, well, I'm pretty comfortable with this. Let's go here. And then this whole TopStep story started. So if and when these 5 accounts are at a position that they say, okay, now we want you to go live, I'm not sure what will happen at that point. And of course, the idea an alternative possibility is, okay, just cash me out of where I am with the XFAs and take that money and put them in a live account and do whatever you want. Regular brokerage account. Like Rod and I think a lot of the guys in there trade a regular straight up brokerage account. I'm not sure how many people are doing combines. I'm pretty sure Harry and guys that I sort of, type with back and forth in static, and I think most all of them are in a regular brokerage account. They're using whatever he calls it, Mirage thing. Which that, X, anytime that you see a program now or anybody's trading platform that's got the big X on the end of it, that's all coming from this program X thing, which is exactly what TopStep is doing. So I like Edge Clear or Edge Pro X or whatever it's called. That's just, it's, that program X thing is a white label outfit, and that's what a lot of these guys are going to. Even though with Edge Clear, there's no prop environment at all. It's a brokerage, as I understand it. So it's, lots of moving parts always in this industry. All right, where the hell are we now? Well, so disappointed. I have been vetting the initial balance trades, working out very well. But, as I've talked about already, and not trade today, or yesterday, but we're getting to the top of that first hour, first 30 minutes, actually. So the IB30 trade, which is a statistic that Rod has identified, very similar to the initial balance statistic, the old-fashioned one that everybody knows about, with the difference, and kind of a unique difference, is that the statistic is the high and low of the first 30 minutes has a high probability. Last time I saw it was just right about 90%. Of being exceeded by price in the second 30 minutes. Now that's nice, in my opinion, because there's a time frame around it, right? It's the second 30-minute period. Unlike the initial balance statistic, which says that there is a greater than 97% probability in all 4 open types that the high or low of the first 1 hour, which is the IB, is exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session for that day. Well, with the IB30, you got a 30-minute window to deal with, and with the old-fashioned IB statistic, you got the whole rest of the day, right? You've got 6 hours. So that's kind of nice. And I'll admit I don't trade it, but that might be one to look at for the next vetting for the playbook. The reason I started vetting the IB trades first, after trading them, this stuff for a long time, I thought, well, I'm going to really do this process correctly. There are two IB. Oh, look at that! Can you imagine? That was, oh yeah, that was the PMI. That didn't work out like they had it planned. I guess they're going to fire somebody else now. What I was getting ready to say was that the IBs. There are two initial balance or IB trades. One is the IB continuation, and one is the IB failure. The IB failure essentially is price comes up here, trades through it, reverts back to the mean. And the other one is a continuation. Guess what happens there? It comes up, can't get below, it doesn't go any lower and continues on. One is indicative of a balanced day. That would be the IB failure. And in a more directional day would be the IB continuation. So the reason I chose those first, that gives me a setup to vet in both trade environments. And frankly, statistically, there's many more trading days where the market is rotational or balanced than are directional. Not sure that's holding true anymore. It's been pretty crazy, but Okay. I think I'm going to remove gold from that. Anyway, I got to check the rollover. I know gold and crude roll differently than the equities. Yeah, so you can bet your butt that wasn't a lot of fun. Let's have a look at what that was, shall we? Ooh, down a full percent, down 1.4%, and down over forecast and down over previous. And we're going to tariff everybody. There's the PMI. That didn't work out like I had it planned. Those are the numbers today. We're going to have a 3-year note auction. Oh, here we go. Oh, Christ. Here he was speaking on CNBC. Yeah, and then just ahead of the trade balance. Oh, Joe must have been so excited. Yeah, yep. These now they're doing as good a job as they can to get these kind of things put in here. Earlier this morning, this was not there, so they're trying to get these in, which is great because then you have at least some heads up, that this kind of thing is because with this current administration, they're obviously several of them are extremely fond of cameras and microphones. And oftentimes what they say has a big impact on the market. So if we have no way of knowing about it, it can be a real, what I term random risk, for lack of a better, I'd say, well, as a polite way of putting it, let's put it that way. So there's that. Okay. Well, Yes, sirree, Bobby. And down she goes, Bubba Louie. We've got our POCs down here. Now remember that this POC right here is the location of yesterday's RTH POC at the close. So, oh, there we still have it right over there. And here it is here. And there we are. So we're no lags. We're percent change is negative in the ES at the moment, 0.07, not anything astronomical. Of course, what's going on with our world famous best friend volume over here? Volume's 102% at this for this moment in time. To look back, or 101%, so volume's about normal, I guess. 5.5 ATR, 5.25. Whew. I still have to figure out what to do with these rotations. Don't know. And our open interest fell way off. I'd like to figure out or know how to have this be numbers. You know, well, there is a number here, I guess. But I don't know how to see the difference. Well, I guess there it is. It's 1.6 million. I guess it's sort of in there. Okay, never mind. I did update the market on close stuff last night, and I had, again, I don't know, I just brain fart. I guess I was all focused on this account story. So the expected moves are correct now, and the weekly expected move is as correct as I know how to do them. Interesting, at least. And the options guys really lean on those numbers a lot. That's a big deal for them, according to what I hear from the Sosnoff crowd. Well, they're pushing that IB way out now. They've got it to 48, 58, 68. 24 handles. Thanks to the PMI, it's looking a bit more directional now. Not too surprising considering how the overnight traded and that we closed essentially a tick right there. We closed basically a tick under or two the high of yesterday and didn't get a hell of a lot, only got 7 handles higher than that. Typically when that happens, I expect that they're going to keep going. They're going to keep trading it that way. The Asian guys and the FOMO folks and everybody's going to get off work and start hitting the button. But not the case yesterday. Yeah. I wish there was a way I could. I keep looking at my email on that other machine around the corner over there, because supposedly that's when they're going to get back to how they're going to get back to me about this account thing. And I guess I could try to call them this morning and see if they're not having unusually high call activity. Yeah. Well, they're not having a good day. Longs are not having a good day. I wonder how many hundreds of trades Kiloton's been thrown in. I noticed this is way too quiet for him over here. He's very, very active in T-Lab and trading the hell out of things again. He does, up $3,500 and stuff like that. So that's good for him. And I think obviously suits his temperament, and that's good. Seems like a nice guy. I wish him a lot. I wish him all the best. He's, I don't think trading is something he's going to lean on for his income or whatever. He's been a respiratory therapist in a big trauma kind of hospital for 33 years. So I would imagine he's pretty stabilized, and that's great. And like I say, in a lot of times in my conversation here, and for anybody new that's listening, I guess there aren't. If you're in this for the adrenaline and the fun, it's like going to play a slot machine or gambling or whatever it is, video game. That's great. Absolutely. Recognize that that's what you're doing, though, and approach it that way. That's super. That's not my approach and not my motivation or anything else. So that's completely different. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Well, I'm happy to report that I got right through to a support guy at TopStep. And yeah, just like once before, when something similar happened, he said, oh yeah, they were unassigned. It's all done. No problem. You'll have to log out and log back in. Let us know if that didn't do it. But I'm sure that it will. So I will try to keep the continuity of the stream here so far this morning and today. And then I will log out and do the reboot thingy wingy this evening between sessions. I'm not, obsessive compulsively needing to trade this morning, and looking at the way this market's going, I'm not too disappointed about that. Doesn't look like. Traded through the right into that low volume node from yesterday, which was the IB high, coincidentally, right here. And here we are, traded right in through there, and right to and exactly the expected move. These are put in just after the first candle opens in the ETH session, because I need that opening price, the way I understand, to do this expected move thing. And it's real, simple. If you're curious, I'm happy to explain it. It's not like some big trade secret. I'm real conscious of not trying to make any, implied secret sauce, hocus pocus, put on a pointy hat and a magic wand stuff here in this stream. Whatever I do, I share, freely and openly, like these levels here. If it's something that's of interest to you, let me know. If not, I won't drone on about it to fill the air, fill that dead air. Look at us go, though. I tell you, if you got short up here, you're pretty happy. Now, that would not be a place that I would have interacted even remotely. We are approaching the IB statistic. I guess looking at the market right now, what's the context? Well, there isn't much question, is it? Burp. Is that going to continue down? These are pretty unsure times for me. And if you're why I like to have this full session here. So we've crossed under the previous stuff. We've just pushed the IB low again. Oh, another thing that's important to notice, if you have or care, did you notice how the flags and the lines were different? Now they are again. That's not a bug or a error. That's a function of bookmap between the cloud note column and the indicator, which I purchased from there, whatever it is, marketplace or something like that. The smallest refresh time I'm able, both of these, let me start over. Both of these, the indicator and the chart flag, or the cloud note columns, are driven by the exact same data from my IRT, which is pushed out, I think every 30 seconds I push it out from over here. This is the export. You see where it's going to be exported again? This is for session prices. When that says 0, it's pushed. And I think it's 30 seconds. Yeah, there you go. Every 30 seconds. And they both, at the same, it simultaneously hits here and here. Well, the difference is that the smallest refresh time I can set on my IRT cloud note column is 1 minute. And obviously I guess, seems obvious to me that the indicator is less than that, and that's why they get staggered from time to time. First it bothered me, and then I worked out what the problem was, and it isn't a problem, so who cares? But if you see that, just an explanation. Okay, baby, here we go. IB is going to set in here in another 1 minute. Ooh. Well, that's good. So we have now satisfied the IB statistic right here. 9:30. Wherever it went, 9:30. Past 9:30. This is in no way a trigger or a setup for me, nor would it be. Actually, it's setting up a bit for, if you looked at context, you would be thinking down, right? And the day, what is the day? Is it rotational? Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 little fractals here. Little consolidations all the way down. And here we go again. Now, this is an IB continuation trade. There's the setup. There's the parameters, the trigger, and here's the trigger. You see we can zoom in now. So this would be an IB continuation trade setup for my typical trading day. Unfortunately, I was not able to get that account stuff reset properly in time, but let's see what happens, huh? So let's assume that we got an entry at what, 37? Yeah. Stay a little bit late, we picked up 37. Let's see if I draw a line on there, but the last time I tried to do that, I entered a trade. I tell you, I'm brain dead when it comes to this mousy thing over here. So here we go. Now we have just scaled, and the worst that can happen to us is break even or scratch, is what that's called. And we hit that liquidity down there. I didn't see just how much they were at the time, but let's see if we continue to get. We've gotten our risk neutral scale. So the point of that philosophy, or that risk neutral trade management pack setup, is working like a magic. Now there's no psychological drama. We're going to make money or we're going to scratch. We're not going to lose anything. What a pleasure. And I don't know. It's a random market. Thing you have to remember about trading. Probably a good time to say so. Antonio, turn up the music and turn down my voice if you've heard it enough times. Trading, this is a random market. The outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. That's a statistical fact. So to try to anticipate or, predict where the market's going to go is just setting yourself up for failure and pain and suffering, right? The idea, and remember, this is my journal, and I'm talking to myself and sharing these thoughts out loud. This is what I think and I believe. This was a perfect setup for the IB continuation trade. We've hypothetically taken it and we're scaled, okay? So that whole concept is working fine. The way you approach trading as a statistical business, consistent profitability of business, not a video game or something you do in your spare time or whatever else it is. But if you want to approach it as a consistently profitable, sustainable business, you have to approach it in the manner that it is one of statistics and probabilities. And now here we are, we're in at 37 and we're down at 32. What we need to get is we need 25 for our second. Boy, that's disappointing, man, that I didn't get that. I can't even finish my statement because I'm disappointed I didn't get my the accounts reset here, but no worries. There's another fact about the market is it is a consistent stream of opportunities. There's no such thing as a missed opportunity, in my opinion. The way to look at it is there's only the next opportunity. In T-Lab, there's the euphemism of, well, I'm missed that bus, I'm waiting for the next bus, and that's basically what it is. Anyway, back to the point at hand. In order to run the business as a statistical real business, you identify a setup that repeats itself. You have to have something that repeats itself frequently enough for you to recognize that it's a potential setup. And in my case, it's the IB stats. That makes it real simple. There's this green line here, initial balance. We know what that is. It's defined by time. Then you capture a statistically significant sample of that data with the setup, the criteria, the trigger, and you determine, after you've captured, a statistically significant set of that data, does it have a positive edge or not? Probability, expectancy, edge, pick a word, they all mean the same thing. If it does so, then you take that opportunity every time, or that setup every time it presents itself in the live market. And you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest the profit to your account. And that's not, I didn't make all this up or unfortunately figure all this out. This is stuff that has been identified long before me by the most successful hedge fund people and traders in the world. Jim Simons, Ray Dalio, Tudor Jones, Paul Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, Trader Tom, the best loser wins guy, Tom B in the Traders Lab, Rod. I mean, pick, from people in our everyday life up to the, pinnacles of that you read about. All have recognized the same thing. All successful traders recognize that is the approach to being a sustainable, successful trader. And if it's familiar, it's the exact business model of a casino. They play no game on the casino floor, which they have not identified to have an edge, whatever that probability is, percentage is. Then on the casino floor, their only mission, hey Richard, their only mission is to play that game as many times as they can. And the law of large numbers manifests to their bank account. And, if you've ever been to a casino town, I think you'll figure out that it's it's a good business model. Except one guy who, went broke and bankrupt with his casino in Atlantic City. But I don't know of many others that have ever done that. Yeah, Richard, so I got the account straight here pretty quick. Finally got somebody on the phone, and it was as simple as I assumed. I'm not in a trade now because it wasn't straightened out in time. And I haven't restarted my screens here in my Rhythmic. But hypothetically, I'm in at 37 short on the IB continuation. And we're scaled immediately. And now we're looking at that second profit target, which would have put all 5 of these accounts across the threshold, and they would all be express funded accounts moving from the evaluation in another 2 handles here. The second profit target is 12 handles or 48 ticks. So 25 is the number, given the hypothetical entry at 27. And boy, am I disappointed that I got to say, these IB trades lately have been just no heat, clear, Ooh, baby, close, but no cigar, huh? There's 196 of them traded off here. Let's see. Come on, big shot. Throw a big number down there somewhere. Let's see this 25 hit. Oh, here we go. 1 or 2 more ticks. Bing, bang, boom. There we are. Okay, there would have been our second profit target. All 5 accounts would be passed. And that setup per account for a 2 lot yields 60 ticks. And of course, with the copy thing, that turns out to be 300 ticks. But that's that's respectable and perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. And there's more to it. It's still going. So we've blown right through the expected move. And we're down into the singles, which is pretty quick anyway. Where are we here? Yeah, we're down in the singles. Here is that string of singles from yesterday, and we're eating them up. This is the current trade, this big bar. Right there. We're currently eating the singles, which is a fairly common idea or concept in market profile. Yeah, that would have been just a no heat, absolutely slam dunk. I very definitely recognized and narrated it here. Only lacking that all critical click of the mouse. But I feel a lot better about not doing it today because I had a valid reason, not just that I was a wuss chicken shit, That's the part. I don't like that part. I don't like it when that happens, but this was ooh, look at this big volume pop down here. Something happened. They plowed into these at the bottom here and got a few of them out. Got only 90. Oh, well, I take that back. That's a 94. Oh, yeah. 94 for 7, and then we had some buying come in also. These dot bubbles, whatever you want to call them here, I have them 2D rather than 3 just to kind of save memory or processing power. Doesn't seem to be helping, but I do. They are delta. They're colored by delta. So if it's this green guy here, it was by delta. Well, we had an interesting evening, an interesting overnight. Yesterday's RTH session closed right on the high. And I mean right on the high of yesterday. Yet they didn't run them up or continue on with them. They only got up here another 7 handles, which surprised me last night and this morning. I still had the issue with the account, so I only got it straightened out this morning about an hour or so ago. But that's what happened. So when we opened, we had a quick run up, taking out these few levels here. We opened right here, just on our overnight volume point of control. So bingo, bango, bongo. Then we had the overnight mid. Then we had the close, right? Bam, bam, bam. And then we had 2 numbers out. One at S&P PMI out at 8:45, and another at 9 o'clock. And when that big miss hit, kazoom. The rest is history. I hope I showed you all these levels correctly. There's the open, 84s. There's the mid. There's the close. We got up here about 9 o'clock. And scrolling back to my little keep them all. Oh, let's do that. So we took them up, put in this IB high just across all the levels, and then 9 o'clock happened, and the rest is history. So that's the context, pretty much clearly a one-way train. And I wasn't able to trade, or I didn't trade, because I don't want to split up those accounts and trade only 2 of them instead of the full set. but I very definitely recognized and articulate, and narrated this IB continuation trade, which absolutely no heat and kabam, passed the target, and the T2 for that trade was at 25, assuming entry at 27 or 37. So yeah, and we still continue to sell down. It was a random risk kind of morning. I'm not sure where the hell I am, if I've got the screen synchronized properly for you or not, but I think so. It was a random risk kind of day. Starting early, here's the PMIs. That was the big miss. But we had this, and then we had a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to be putting tariffs everywhere. 150% tariffs on pharma if they don't listen to to 250%. Sorry, I missed that. If they don't listen to what I'm telling them to do. And well, that's going to really help people on limited incomes that need medicine, isn't it? I don't know what in the flying Christ this guy's up to, but the random risk was kind of crazy this morning. Now, we have some earnings out this afternoon. One thing I will say that they're doing here on Financial Juice, which is pretty nice. For example, right here, Trump speaking on CNBC. That wasn't in the news this morning when I hit the desk at 6. Right? So they're picking up. They're trying to pick these random risk events up and getting them in here so you can sort of plan a little bit. But basically, the numbers were off. We traded up a little bit. The numbers fell and down we went. Context so far is still straight down. That's about as much as I know, my brother. I am disappointed that my really sweet, clear as a bell IB continuation wasn't real. Isn't real, wasn't real, whatever it is. One of the guys I finally over the weekend sent my sys info and posted it up there on static because there's several people abroad and some other guys in there are pretty switched on computer wise. I says, can anybody tell me why the hell they think that I'm having so many problems with lags and stuff? And MR thinks that he suggested that it was the GPU was just one level too low for the data that we're getting. So maybe that's it. I don't know. There we are. And by the way, I did confirm when I had the TopStep guy on the phone that if you have been trading like I am with Rhythmic and other programs, other platforms besides TopStep X, and I get through the, eval and the what do you call the X Express Funded Account, XFA, plural, to the live account, and then they take you into the live. You take 5 payouts or something, and they put you in the live, whether you want to be or not. You can continue to trade with the setup that you've been used to. They don't force you to go to TopStep X. There are incentives to do that. You don't have to pay a data fee, was the last thing I heard them say. How they're getting around that with CME beats the hell out of me, but until they get that program ironed out, I wouldn't be able to trade with it. I wouldn't feel comfortable at all. There's no bracket order. There's no anything that I lean on. I could do without or get away from Bookmap, except I like this part of Bookmap. Obviously I don't use the heat map and all those bubbles and all that stuff like lots of folks do. I like the levels here. the POCs, and this stuff. This is my hard right edge. So that would be hard for me. Rod and Peter K, or whatever his name is, and some guys are talking about switching out to Sierra chart. Yeah, well, he's, yeah. Yeah, and let's raise the tariff on them to 250%, Richard. Exactly. You know, that there is no, well, I don't know how to say it. This is a guy who says anything he thinks will get the reaction he wants out of his base or whoever he's talking to, is what I believe. And that's not been something new. That's been his MO since I first heard about him, 35 years ago. Whatever it is, and he operates 100% on the concept of, if I say it enough times, it will be the truth. Just like the whole bullshit about the election and that whole January 6th thing and all that noise, they're still thumping about that. Crazy. The president of the United States that does not accept a free and fair election in the United States. Only one in history. I don't know what to tell you. It's weird. I can say my wife was kidding me the other day, actually. When I first heard that he had been elected the first term, my initial reaction to my wife was, oh my God, what has happened to the education level in America? And that is, I think, the fundamental root, the fundamental root cause of it all. The people with the red hats on, that they don't know come here from Sikkim about anything and there are intelligent, educated people, but they all have a different Peter Thiel, they all have a different agenda. They're all inherently racist, I don't know, fascist, whatever, and that's the agenda they're trying to drive, and they're using him to do that. I don't know that, and I think he's pretty much a racist guy too, but I'm not sure that he's as rooted in here you go, Antonio, VPOC migration, saddle up, bud. It's a weird thing. I very definitely, she was laughing at me the other day about that. That was my absolute first reaction immediately, the first time around. Yeah, it goes broke in a casino, for Christ's sake. How do you do that? And it's still standing there vacant, apparently. Stiffed everybody that owed money to, he's been bankrupt 13 times. Has been convicted of 94 felonies by a jury of his peers. I mean, it's weird. Absolutely weird. Definitely uncovered a whole swath of racist bigotry, and in my opinion, lack of education in America. And of course he's trying to get rid of the Department of Education. Keep them barefoot and stupid, and they'll keep electing you. I think. I don't It'll be real interesting to see what happens when the election time rolls around the next time, because I'll bet he tries to pull a maneuver like his buddy down in El Salvador did last week. That guy just got himself, he just got the legislature, or whatever they call it over there, to remove the term limits on his office so he can stay there as the president forever. As long as he wants, the dictator, basically. So we have a new dictator in El Salvador who's a best friend with this guy here. Yeah, it's weird. It's especially weird for me because I'm old, and I would have never thought this kind of thing would happen in America in a million years. I believed in the rule of law and due process, and, you know, that those things, that there was a division of power. What's happened, what he has successfully done this time, is get rid of any guardrails. He's got the Supreme Court and Congress. So he's gotten judicial and legislative all in lockstep with the executive. So there's no the initial checks and balances of the Constitution and stuff, and the founders has been circumvented at this point. Surprisingly, but you got to remember that the Supreme Court were a bunch of jokers most of them that he put in there. Kavanaugh, the rapist, and what's her bucket, and, you know, they're all his appointees. So, from the first time. It's weird, that's for sure. It's definitely weird. My problem being an American, unfortunately, is what the hell do I do? Where do we go? You know, you guys are lucky. Let me tell you. I've got the worst color passport you can imagine nowadays. And I don't have enough money to go to St. Kitts and get another one or something, you know? So, that would be, that's a problem. Very sad problem, actually. Well, we're basing out down here. For whatever reason. Whatever reason is that, do you suppose? Damn, I'm sorry I hadn't gotten that phone call through before the market started today. That was the sweetest IB continuation trade with no heat right down to the targets, and I was standing here watching it. Damn. That would be nice. I would have 5 accounts in an XFA. So here we go. At this point, I wouldn't be able to say what I thought was going to happen next. You know, we kind of maybe shot our wad right there. That's a pretty dramatic sell-off. And for whatever reason, they're basing down here. I guess they were afraid to drop into the 62s. But we did come out of there yesterday. What I've done on the with the micro composite. So what's happened here? Well, we're into this consolidation, I guess, and that's kind of what's holding us together. I've started a new micro composite here around these two. because there is overlap. And I don't think it makes much sense to pull this profile to here unless you took them all. I'm not sure what, I'm sure Tom has done something. He'll have some idea about that. I'll have to take a look at, but that's the way I did it. And that's the way I'm going to keep them for now. Got a few, let's see where they are here. Here's some naked volume points of control. Well, there's one just above us up here at 14, or whatever that is, 74. We didn't quite tag it, and then down we went. We took out yesterday. We've got Friday down here. And then, points south, of course. We get down past here and it's going to be a free-for-all to the bottom, I think. And all of this threats and, remember, the news cycle is so weird, isn't it? Do you remember that it was just like 3 days ago that we were sending nuclear submarines around about Russia and all this kind of, any desperate thing they can do for misdirection to get, this Epstein spotlight off of him is what they're doing. So, going to raise tariffs to 250%, and sure you are. That'll go over pretty big. That'll be a big help to sick people with little income. Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, that's a pretty good choice of words, Richard. I don't know what else to say. I did see something funny. I don't remember who the actual quote is attributed to, but if you hire clowns, expect a circus. Good saying. And when it's hard to think, to look at the cabinet and just each one by one, it's like, what in the Sam Hill? And this Treasury's Besant is, just before 6 months before the election, he was busy accusing Yellen of, printing bonds, short-term bonds, and that was in effect quantitative easing, trying to affect the election, and he would certainly not do that and anything else. The second he goes into office, he's doubled the production and sale of those bonds, strictly all short-term. I don't think any of those people have any kind of moral compass or integrity. That's the problem I see. Rubio is, he's obviously a loose guy. That Navarro's been a joke forever. What's the guy, the other one, the ponytail guy? He was a Democrat. He was having fundraisers for Hillary Clinton and stuff, according to what I read over the weekend. Before, now he's in this camp. So I guess they have no principle that they really stand on. And if I'm not mistaken, Trump was a Democrat for a long time and couldn't get backing to run for something. So I guess he switched to the place that would, I guess. Could be wrong there. I don't know. Don't quote me. Yeah, what are we doing now? Is this a pullback? Is this a sell it? Is this a sell the pullback? Or is this buy the dip? That's a beautiful part about trading, isn't it? There's a saying to fit every, there's a saying to applicable to either direction to fit every circumstance. Or a, tradeism. Well, I'm all tickled that I've got that account thing should be straight. I'm wondering if I don't want to. Yeah. In order to shut Rhythmic down, I need to kill the data on IRT, and then Bookmap will start getting a whole bunch of pop-up deals over here. In order to have that repair work, I've got to reboot Rhythmic. And then I would also, that won't work because I would not be able to, Bookmap would also need to be restarted. So I'll wait till my usual shutdown period at 5 o'clock, 1700. I'm sorry, 1600. And then I'll reboot the whole shooting match here. And be thoroughly pissed that I wasn't able to do this trade. But tomorrow's another day and I recognized it and I feel good about that. So, and Antonio's making all kind of money doing these VPOC migrations over here, right, left, and center. I wonder how many thousand trades Greg has taken over on the T-Lab. Let's check. Let's see here. I don't see him. Don't see any today. Must be working. Everybody over there dying to figure out how to get it back to long. I don't know what all this is. I don't know what happened to Harry. I haven't seen Harry for a while. I liked Harry's trading. I think he lurks a bit. No, he's offline now. Some of these fellas I know are emergency medical guys, and so they do, or firemen or whatever they are, but they do a sometimes I'm at work, sometimes I'm not thing. Which is really great for them. Somebody had, look at that dog, got it. That dog, MR. Got his targets and his, the IB short. He didn't call it that, but that's what it is, I think. Yeah, cool. Well, it's, let's see, what is it here? It's something. That's pretty darn disappointing, and I'll tell you. What, baby? What do you need? Oh, the boss is calling. That's usually always a good thing. You go see. Uh, yeah, that I noticed. I still, I've said this so many times. I'm bored with it, but the IB or the VPOC migrations would be the next obvious trade to vet, because how can you miss the yellow brick road? But I have no clue how to figure out the after that point. What's the context and where's the trigger? Now I noticed in the T Lab yesterday, somebody who I hadn't really paid. Let me just see if I can figure this out. A guy named Peter KP posted quite a big thing about a VPOC migration trade, a deal on Notion that he does, and Rod kind of commented in on it, and I noticed that that fellow was also in Static. But even what I saw that they posted yesterday looked to me like high probability of getting stopped. And Tom's talking about mean reversion trades here. I'm not seeing any mean reversion happening here right away, but maybe he'll point that out in the oh wow, yeah, it's time Tom time here. It's the stream. If you scroll up or if you're in T Lab and you scroll up to yesterday somewhere, you'll see this thing or do the search from Peter. What did I say it was? Peter something. Peter PK or something else. But it looked to me like I didn't see the qualification in it. Now Rod has a deal, and this would be a perfect example of it right now, actually, where if I remember what I read yesterday, same idea. The VPOC migration migrated outside of the IB by a minimum of, I think, Rod's is 3 points, and I think this fellow's was 1.5 points, which there is here. Okay. So I suppose it would could be considered a qualification or something to have a level like the value area low, which keeps disappearing. Thank you so much, Bookmap or IRT, right here. I mean, and obviously this is rear view mirror trading, right? So, but the thing where I always get hammered is this the trigger? How about this one, and then goes around and comes back the other way and gets the stop. I don't know. I mean, I've tried to trade that thing more times than you can shake a stick at, and I think if I remember my old journal correctly, it's that was the lowest probability trade setup I had. And I believe it's a profitable go-getter for a lot of people. It frustrates me that I can't seem to figure it out. Yeah, everybody. VPOC migration down, 25.50 outside edge. And Tom's talking about outside. Watch the outside edges for mean reversion. So yeah, Rod's saying there's a 67% chance for a new low of day. This was at 10:01. So he was not right yet. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. And there's a million different ways to think about this, obviously. What is all this stuff? The White Rasta. This guy's always funny to me. Okay, so, there we go. I'm excited. I'm not trying to wish away time, but I'm excited for the end of the day session so I can reboot everything and get those accounts all back in shape and be ready to rip, and disappointed as hell that I wasn't able to do that it hadn't happened about an hour before, and I would have been now into the XFAs on all 5 of those with a no-brainer, no heater. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway. What was that guy's name? Peter something. Nope. Maybe that wasn't it. Let me look at that here. Peter KP. I recognize his icon thing. That's how I find him. Peter KP. I wonder why he's not in. Oh, he's not online now, according to his little thingy. Maybe that's what it is. Peter KP. There we go. Yeah, and he did a YouTube thing. He's got a YouTube deal. He did something about that too. That's right. I remember now. And Notion is where he tracks the stuff. And apparently Rod does too, maybe? Yeah, there you go. So now he's got a lot of... getting a lot of people with a lot of experience in there in the T-Lab. A lot of expertise to share. They have, seems like. There we go, out the bottom. In this case, very definitely stopped out. Would have been stopped out at any of these. Not up here, of course, but. And I suppose you could make a case for, well, this is at the outside of this fractal, at this distribution here. So easy in the rearview mirror, isn't it? The stock and trade of the internet gurus. I don't know how the hell they get away with some of the stuff they do, frankly. I guess it's true that there's a sucker born every minute. I don't, you know. Yeah. Yep. Lots of experts floating around now. Well, boy, I'm excited to get this thing restarted. But I'm not going to interrupt the capture of the full 2 sessions here. So I'll do that tonight. But it's pleasure to know that it'll be fixed, I am assuming. Looking at a new low here, huh? Got a lot of stuff going on down here. Who said this economy's not doing great? Out the bottom we're going to go here, in my opinion. I wouldn't be holding my breath for a reversion trade, I don't think. especially now, look at where the mean is. You know, but it's about 5 handles, so excuse me, that's not bad. These wide swing days are I typically like to have these at about $1 high. And now we're at, $2.50 because of the range. I can't get them any tighter, I don't think. So yesterday was a P-shaped profile, and that's short covering, and today's a B-shaped profile, which is long liquidation. What are they doing? They're trading them up and trading them down. Unless we make one kind of a conclusive move one way or the other, this so far is setting up to be an inside day. Or is it? No, I don't think so. No, it was not. It is an outside day because we got higher than, not by much. Previous RTH high was right there, and we took it by a point, about a point. So, not an inside day. Not actually. Yesterday, in my opinion, was not an easy day to trade. I didn't trade it, of course, of the account story, but looking back at it, it looks a hell of a lot better than I thought it was. Since we're busy rear view mirroring here. This is yesterday's trade. And here's today's. Yesterday struck me as a harder day to trade, seemed more confusing. I guess it's because of this initial opening drive was within the first 30 minutes. And then we flattened out for 2.5 or 3 hours. And then closed up. And I'll be honest with you, I don't remember why. I don't know if that was news or something that happened right there, to be honest about it. And here we go today. Was the most surprising to me was the overnight trade. We closed right here at the high, RTH session. Typically, when that happens, I expect, and I don't know a probability of it or the statistics on it, but I think they're quite high that the market continues up for, kind of a proportional distance compared to what the RTH session was. And last night we only got like 6 handles higher than the close and ETH open, nothing. So couldn't get it any higher than that. And then today we had a little open and a bit of a pop until the numbers hit, and Zambo, down she went. Beautiful IB continuation trade. And yeah. Now, a statistic that I think would be really interesting to capture, and I'm not really sure how I would go about it. The IB trade that I narrated is right here. You know, there was the statistic. We pulled up, came down, tested back up, and then a beautiful, beautiful sell-off past the required to get to the T2. Needed to get down to 25, assuming a 37 entry. But if you look over here at the Renko, if you look here at the Renko, now you need to do these in real time, because like all things rearview mirror. Oh, well, of course, this is where I went short. You know, we took it out here. We tested up here with a long wick, closed down here, and I took this short and I made all this money. And let's go take a ride in my wrapped Lambo. You know, the stuff of internet, famous internet gurus. But looking at how these actually form, like over here, how did this form up? I can't really, I don't think I have the facility to really backplay IRT in as realistic a mode as Bookmap does. Bookmap, when you do a replay over here, it is except for the fact that you see a progress bar scooting along the top of it right in here in the middle, and down here it'll say replay that are real and live, or I guess it says replay over here. You can't tell the difference. Every tick, everything moves exactly the same. If you have a trade that's been recorded, it comes out exactly as it was. You can also trade the replay with multi-bracket sim, and everything works. You know, the dollars, the this, the that, everything works exactly right, the same as live. I personally can't tell the difference, but I can't say the same thing for Hey Panda, for IRT. I would really like to have been watching this and see just how this played out, because it would be sweet if you could just, for example, that's about as clear a trigger as you ever want, right? And then how do you know that this one isn't going to turn out to be a barcode? You know what I mean? I don't know. I guess I need to study the Rinkos more. Look at this little crazy Ivan we got here. Goofy, huh? That's what happens with the market in a situation like it is. We're still down. We got a net change of 0.6 now, 0.59 on the ES. That's pretty obvious. These little crazy Ivans are interesting. What, Pamela? Do you want a snack? Well, I can't overemphasize what a relief this new lighting concept is to my eyes. I got to thank Rod again. I had seen them, and I thought, I wonder if that would really work, if that's a good deal or not. But I hadn't really talked to anybody, and just out of no place, Rod said, "Boy, I got one of these, and it's really great." And I had one ordered in about before the electrons dried on the screen, you know. And man, it's great. Figuring how to study these Rinkos. Typical Renko bars in some platforms, I think TopStep X being one of them, don't have wicks, which I've always liked, because it shows the full range of that bar and where it closed by its outcome, right? And the ones that don't have wicks, I don't believe, for example, this one. Okay, it traded up to there, and then it closed down here. I don't believe that bar would be that full height. I think the bar would be this height without the wicks, which I have always felt was misleading. Now, here's a perfect, let's see what happens here. Oh, I guess I ought to be having the screen up I'm talking about. Here's the candle I was meaning with the big wick. Now we've got the same thing forming up over here. What's going to happen? I think when that candle forms, if assuming it continues to be an up candle as it is now, that the body will be this size and there'll be a big wick at the bottom. I think. So let's watch that. Let's watch that. Well, we got another goofy little crazy Ivan going on over here. Look at this thing. What's that all about? Obviously, the problem is you see how close all these levels are together, and you remember that the definition of the VPOC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded. Well, here's 77, here's 74, here's 75. You know, it's only got to trade a couple hundred contracts, and this thing's moving around. That's why it's doing all these things I refer to as crazy Ivans over here, for lack of a better word. We have now gotten the full session VWAP, or VPOC, which is the more muted yellow, to line up with the RTH session, the brighter one. They're both aligned here. Whatever that means. And I'm busy watching this. I want to see how this, yeah, there we go. See how the bar's forming up? This was a full bar. Now the body's formed and the wick's at the bottom. But we watched it be this long at one point. So that's what is happening. The wick, I guess, illustrates the full width of the bar and the little standard sized bodies show where that thing closed and where that, I guess what happens is, if I remember right, if I've got this on a 12 tick Renko, when it hits 12 ticks, this body locks. Does that make sense? Let's see something there. Let's see something there. Third 24, 17, 7 points. That's a hell of a lot more than 12 ticks. 12 ticks is 3 points. I'm confused. 1057 and change. We've rolled past we're into the RTH2 session now, or period. And oh wait, got that. I am going to have a look at a couple things here and mute off. Make sure the music's kicked off on the new and improved one. And go there you go. A little relaxing piano for your listening enjoyment. I don't know. I don't listen to this stuff, actually. It's quiet in my office, and I monitor things periodically with a headset. But in order to, sometimes I do like to listen, and I think dead air is pretty terrible for everybody else. And it looks as though this epidemic sound thing that I picked up is working okay, and it's not getting any kind of... not getting any issues with copyright stuff or anything from YouTube, which is the big point. So here's an interesting one, one of the latest, I guess. Going to put a small tariff on pharma, and it'll go up in 1 year to 150 to 250%. Does he suppose or imagine that big pharma can build new facilities and replace European manufacturing that's been going on for 50 years? In America, which is, I guess, what he says the point is. Does he think they can build those facilities and have that done in a year? You'd think a guy that's been in and around construction, supposedly, for most of his life would know better than that. They're talking about like this TCMW or whatever it is, building the new CPU fab. They're talking about, and they've already got the land and broken ground, I believe, in Arizona somewhere. They're figuring that's going to take 10 years. I mean, I just don't understand some of the logic or lack of, or just, I don't know. Not sure what to say, actually. Therefore, I'm going to go see what other kind of trouble I can get into here for a bit. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. I'm not trading, so that's not an issue. I've narrated everything. My IB. Now, the fact that I recognized in advance, as per my plan, and narrated the IB continuation trade real time at the close, after I update the stuff, assuming that all goes good, I will replay this period of time from about here on and actually trade that with the with the multi brackets, capture that data, and then enter that in the static journal as a missed vetted trade, which Rob has provided for or provisioned for. But I only do those if, in the case of today, I wasn't able to trade for whatever reason, but I recognized in advance that it was a vetted trade, narrated it, and I also go back and retrade it so that I have a complete record of that. And I note very clearly in the record that it's a replay for the purpose of the missed vetted trade in static. So there's that. Trying to be as clear and accountable and as accurate as possible. Transparent, accountable, and of course reasonable. There you go. Merry Christmas. Now we're putting in a barcode down here at the bottom, building up that distribution with a big old B. So now it's long liquidation. It beats the hell out of me. Beats the hell out of me. Well, what did we do here? We hit the bottom and we got the W. 1, 2, 3. Higher lows and higher highs. Back up we are to middle ground, eh? Okay. I'm not rearview mirroring this. I'm just recapping what happened while I was away. Excuse me. We had a little bump in crude oil. Boy, more, huh? The random risk squad are out in force. The 3-year note was yield is down. Means the bond prices are up, or the note prices are up anyway. I don't know about that. I'm not very clever about I have a rudimentary understanding about notes, bonds, and options. I mean, I know about the inverse relationship between yield and price, but in return, but what have we got? Well, we've got what is he doing with the Olympics now? Wow. My. West Texas International. Crude, huh? CFDs. West Texas Intermediate. What am I talking about? International. All right. So, I'm sure excited for the session break to happen. Sorry for the session break, so I can reboot everything and get my full clip of accounts back up. That'll be great. I'm really disappointed I missed this beautiful absolutely textbook IB continuation trade right here. But hey, not a missed opportunity. There's no such thing as a missed opportunity, only the next one. Okay? All right, so clearly we do not have a 12-to-1 trade in the books, or on tap, I should say, probably is a better way to put that. What we do have, however, well, I guess the people that were talking about a mean reversion trade down in here are pleased with themselves. You know, and that's a fact of trading. You can, it's all a matter of fractal and the time frame with that you approach trading from.
Run for your sleepy little life, buddy.
Oops, sorry about that. Here we are back at the desk now, and not one hell of a lot has happened. That's good. I like that. Oh, thank you, Mom. Well, let's see now. With Well, we've had crazy Ivans and jumping all over the place with the MCV POC there. Or the POC, not the MC. Look at this noise. What's that mean? That means that there's a very small volume and a consistent level of volume across a bunch of levels, because it only takes, it only takes one to move up here and then one to move back down. So that's what it boils down to, and that's what we've got. 68, 51, 64, 57, 66, 65, 70, it only takes a little bit, few contracts to move this thing around. Now we're at 10. So I'm thinking it's probably a relatively light day, but if not that, it is for sure a consistent day. They're just trading them back and forth and around and around and around. Ooh, it's a heavier volume day again. It's $1.29. This is relative volume to average, right? Excuse me. So what? Remember that this looks like it's going to be engulfing or an inside day, but it's actually about 2 ticks higher than yesterday's high. You want to split hairs, I guess. But by definition, that's what it is. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean that here's today's high, IB high, right? So you were a genius and you shorted that high right there because you're an internet wizard. Maybe not. But I can bet you that there's at least 100 internet guru, rearview mirror trading boys and girls that very definitely knew that and took that trade right there. And here is yesterday's RTH high right there. So 70 was yesterday's high, and 71 3/4, 71 half is today. So a point and a half. Not much. I can only get 250 high on these because I can't get any narrower with the wide range we have. And maintain my relative view. This is the start. This blue line marks the start of the session. So this is the complete session to where we are right now. I like this idea, which because I can see keeps me in perspective for the context. So are we getting another IB failure here? Or IB continuation here? I mean, not that it would be at this time of day, but Does it qualify for that? Let's see. Here's what I'm looking at. That's the IB low, obviously. There's the first beauty right there. Here's another one. Let's see what we're getting here. One thing also to remind you all of, besides the usual, this is my trading journal, and so I'm talking, when I say you or we or whatever, I'm talking to myself. I want to be clear about that. Because I review these streams, right? And my voiceover here is the only way I have any insight as to what I was thinking. Obviously, this video is crystal clear. By the way, crystal clear in the video. If you have, I stream in 1440p and 60 FPS. So if it's not crystal clear and high def for you, you can click that gear icon in YouTube and wind it up, baby. Anyway, back to the job at hand here. I am gonna wind these out. So here would be an IB continuation. Through the IB again. Didn't get anywhere. Tested up here. Didn't get through it. And we also have the RTH VWAP just above us here, which is a good thing. An extra level. And now we're selling off. Are we going to sell off to the targets? I have no clue. But what I do know is assuming we got short right about in here, say, let's call it 37, and we're down at 32. So we're definitely scaled. We need to get down to 25 again, same exact level. That's not a coincidence, and you're not hearing things. It is the same idea because the IB has not moved, right? Once the IB is set at 930, the IB high or low, it doesn't change. So if I'm doing a IB continuation, those numbers are going to be the same. I'm not making that up or rearview mirroring it. That is, that's the facts, Jack. 37, 25. That's exactly what we had on the previous first one, which I did narrate also right here. 37. And the reason I say 25 is because the T2 on my the T2 on my risk neutral package is 48 ticks. Okay, that's 12 handles. So 37 to 27 is 10, and 2 more is 25. That is the location at which we've already gotten the theoretical scale off. That's the location at which we would have had the second, or we would achieve the next T2 target. So I'm not saying we're going to. I'm just saying that's why they are. That's why the numbers are the same. I'm not making it up or, trading in the rearview mirror, but that's what it is. That was right here at 9:35, by the way. The first one, which is very recognized in advance, and that's one of the really great things about trading vetted trades. Circling back to my trading as a business, statistical business. I understand what trades I'm looking for before the market opens. I'm going to be looking for the IB trades. When do they set up? Not before 9:30. Central Standard Time, all times that I refer to here. Okay. What am I looking for? Well, I know I'm going to need to have the IB statistic taken out, and then I'm going to look for price action around that and a trigger. So it's not like some frantic fight or, clicking the mouse like you're killing snakes. It's you're waiting, you're stalking. You know exactly what you're looking for and you're anticipating it. And if it presents itself, you take the trade. If it doesn't, guess what? You don't take the trade. Boop. Pretty simple. Really, really. And then when you couple that with the risk neutral trade philosophy, trade management, risk policy, how pick a description that you want to use. Really makes one hell of a difference. I can't begin to tell you how much clearer you view the market and make decisions. And there's an old joke that you don't suddenly get more intelligent after you're in a trade. The implied meaning is you took that trade for a reason, and you're suddenly not more intelligent than you were a couple of seconds ago. So keep that in the back of your mind. But with the risk neutral setup, and let me explain that again. This is the smallest risk neutral package. It needs to be there has to be 2 units or 2 contracts. So it's the smallest possible package. The stop loss for the entire package is at 1 level, and you can determine this by your homework, ATR, harmonic rotation. I definitely suggest the first input is your account risk tolerance. Maybe you're trading a combine and you have a daily loss limit or some sort of a thing like that. Anyway, that all figures in here. And once you've established the stop loss, the first risk neutral scale is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it is for the same stop size in positive, or tick size in positive, as the stop is in negative or loss. What does that mean? That means that the second this target is achieved, this trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch. All pressure's off. It's really amazing. And then you can have the runner. Obviously, you can do whatever you like. Here's four lots. Half the package, same stops, same target size as is the stop loss for half the package, then the runners. If it's a high volatility, like when Random Risk was busy announcing tariffs on everybody, 12 ticks was absolutely not even close to enough. Now, if your account can't handle this, what can you do? And let's get back to a 2 lot. If your account can't deal with this, and 12 ticks is not enough, here's what I should have done in the first place. I don't have one. I'm sorry. Yeah, here it is. If your account can't handle full stop on a 2 lot with 24 ticks, so that's 48 ticks of loss, right? That's $600. Then you need to step down to a micro, because this is the smallest size you can have in the risk neutral package. So there you go. Back to this, but I can't express enough the pleasure and the relief that comes with that scale. So here we had the scale, here we had the trade. Now this wouldn't really be a very good trade location, because look how close you are to the POC. So that, in my book, that wouldn't that would not work for the range requirement. But so far you're scaled. If you took that, you'd be scaled. And then you'd be not quite to T2 down here. And this would be giving me pause for two reasons. There's been a VPOC migration back up towards the VWAPs in the mid. And this deep V price action here is considered by a lot of people that I admire, and respect their trading decision as a V reversal. A lot of Rod and those guys will be looking at this. If it were aligned with context, they'd be taking this long. I'm not saying that that's what I would have done or you should do, but that would give me pause before when I took this IB continuation. Now it looks like we're working out to our favor. Remember, we got to get it down here to 25 for the theoretical T2. Get it. Yeah, so if you're just cruising through, slap a thumbs up. Subscribe would be great. Be an honor. I stream every day, starting at 8 o'clock with a description of what I'm doing, how I set things up here. A analysis of what numbers and reports we have coming up and the potential impact on the market, the times, etc. And in-depth review of pre-market, what I anticipate we're going to have, open and how the day is going to play out. And then we have the open and away we go. And this stream lasts from now from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 in the afternoon Central Standard Time. The reason for that is I have a very strict commitment to take no trades on these accounts off the stream. None of this, I'm down. Well, I'm closing the stream off now, and then tomorrow morning you come by and it's, oh yeah. Well, I traded yesterday afternoon and made all that back plus $1 zillion. Those kind of guys are lots of them around, and they're so funny. But anyway, this is not that way, and this is a complete transparency every day of the week. And another reason that I stream it to YouTube is because I can review the stream on any device, which is convenient to me. These are two standing desks here in an L, and I stand up from 6 in the morning until 5 o'clock at 4 o'clock at night, afternoon, and then I little break, and then I am doing things with the computers and watching the back here for the overnight a little bit from the ETH hours. So It would be sweet if you would like, or if it would be helpful to you to have access to these session prices. I share them freely. They're live, start at Sunday night at 1700, and they continue until Friday night at 1600. They are pushed or available through a link that I put up on Google Drive, which they're live and they're real time, right? It's a CSV file. Now, the way Bookmap works is that there's a cloud note column and you put in a CSV file, that link, and then it automatically brings these in. I know I haven't really explored the other things like Sierra Chart or something like that, or maybe an Excel sheet, but could easily be done. And they update live in real time 24/7. So there's that. Happy to share. Drop something in the chat there and we'll work out a plan. Thanks for coming by. If you're from somewhere else, drop your location and language and whatever else in here, and we'll see what we can do. Interesting. It's, trading can be a lonesome job, standing in one spot by yourself all day, focused on something. So it's kind of nice to have some input. Richard and Antonio and GA and some come and go through here, so it's nice. And of course, if you've got any extra, thousands of dollars laying around, you want to just give me that, I'll take that also. It's probably not going to happen. I make that offer every day, and so far nobody's pinged me in the chat about where should they send that money. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about you guys. Well, I've got the account story straightened out. So I'll restart everything, and then all 5 accounts should be back in order for trading here, and during the session break from 4 to 5, which is 1600 to 1700 today. I don't want to do that because my recordings here in Bookmap, which are phenomenally accurate. If you didn't see the indicator, the time lapse bar or whatever up here, you wouldn't know that it wasn't real time. And I suppose there's been people that scam that somehow or another. But anyway, the recordings are really great. I start Bookmap each night at 1700-ish, and then it runs through 1600 when I turn it and shut it down. And so I have the complete ETH and RTH session for every day. Back, I don't know, a couple of years or something. And when if there are trades involved, it absolutely accurately captures and records those trades. So there's the entry and the break-even line and the stop and the targets and any movement that you make, and all that stuff is also recorded in the pricing and the numbers and things. And something else you can do, which I keep a snap of later, is, for example, there are all these metrics that are captured also for every trade. Pretty handy. Well thought out tool, actually. Pretty well thought out tool. I don't think there's any more. Let me see if I remember. Any random risks here? 1,500. Okay, there we go. There's Mr. Microphone. gonna be hot and heavy. He's been pretty hot and heavy all day here, so. Guy is so full of shit, this Navarro. Yeah. Boy, and they just take turns. Look at this shameless plug for a trading company. That's completely oh, now we got a new one. This will be a big dump here. Oh, yeah. And down we go. They need to pop it down here below this liquidity. Look at there. We got 308 of them sitting down here at the 26s. Yeah. This is the level 2 full book. Obviously bids and asks. And I keep this. You can have this heat map so colorful and I can't make heads or tails of it. Some of the folks there that have those, they post a screen snap, and I can't even see where price was. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with any way you can trade that works for you is super, and I'm all 100% for you. And nor will I ever suggest that my way or the highway, right? I point out things that work for me and that I think are great and could be applicable to other people, like the risk neutral setup. I find a real busy, platform confusing and hard to trade. Now here is that 308. Well, it's now down to 260. Oh, they got through them. Looky there. They ate them up. They popped out 300 contracts fast as you can say don't. Right there. Now what's going to happen? Are we going to get down to our one more point down here, which would be our theoretical or our hypothetical second profit target on this IB continuation trade that I'm imagining as an example, using as an example, because I'm not trading today. The account story was not straight this morning at the start, and I'm not shutting everything off and starting over because of the recording I was talking about, and I have no problem waiting a day. So it is kind of disappointing to have two real clear, nice, no heat trades that I anticipated and announced and narrated live in real time not take. But, hey, there we go. I like this concept of having the daily range in view. Like that. I throw this blue line thing here on, or a vertical line on the start at each session. So I don't have to be knitting around about these times down here. I can just, when I see that line on the left over there, I know I'm there. And this is there's no scroll bar that I'm aware of anyway, where you can, like, for example, I'd like this to be right over here, but I can't make that so. Then if I go one more over, it's off the screen. It has to do with a time line down here. Now maybe you can do it this way. Oh, looky there. I just learned a new trick. Isn't that cute? Well, see, you can teach an old dog new tricks. There you go. Don't have far to go. I get to that 25 and we're there theoretically. And there it is, huh? Yep, there we go. So that would be a no heat, two trades today. The IB continuation trade twice and no heat. For both. Or either. However you want to say. Now, that doesn't mean everyone's going to be like that. And it doesn't mean all of them are going to be that way tomorrow. But you have to be real conscious of the fact that that thought will be rolling around the back of my head tomorrow. And I'll be going, oh, those trades, and I'll be looking for that trade, That's where you have to be mindful about the monkey mind. That famous monkey mind. I don't know where he says scenario 3 and 4 in play. I don't get that. Well, we're going to monkey around here, and it's going to be the power hour pretty quick. And not looking too powerful today, is it? Remember that we've got a micro composite down here below us. The way I draw them, let's put it that way. We have a micro composite down here. We got a couple of naked volume points of control. This is the one for today. There's the one for day before yesterday, just above us. No, not that at all. Thursday, just above us. Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. And then we've got one for Friday down here. We're surrounded. We've got a micro composite up here. The way I draw the micro composites is real simple. I kind of think keeping things simple works good for me. RTH session only. Daily candlesticks or bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates a VPOC and these red and green lines, which are the high and low volume nodes of the volume profile. So no volume profile extension here because this was a big gap down. We did close that big gap yesterday here. But the way I'm going to draw them is this way. Now, during the break tonight, when I change everything back to the overnight, I'll extend this over to encapsulate today's trade. That's how I do it. And it's, completely up to you how you want to do it. Or not do it, I guess. Two minutes till the big world famous power hour. Well, let me think here, Richard. Sorry, I just saw that up there. IRT is about $1.50. It's about $300 for the two of them, more or less. This is Global Plus, and I think that's $150 a month. I know that sounds stupid, but I couldn't tell you spot on how much it is. I'd have to look. And Bookmap does things like, it's a discount of this if you pay 3 months, and you can also buy the damn thing. Like Ninja Trader, for example, you can buy Bookmap. I think it's now like, I don't know, $1,500 or something like that. And supposedly, I've never really gotten a straight answer or gone out of my way to nail somebody down in support as to my question would be, and now I can't afford to do it right now because of the fact that I don't have my income anymore, but or my job. So do you get all the updates, etc. All those would be the questions that I would have. Now I have to also pay an additional $40 a month for market by order level 2. Yeah, and IRT is about $1.50, but I can do that. Here, hold on a minute, my account. Subscription license billing. Here we go. Look here. IRT is $135 a month. I'm just looking at the bill. Let's see if I can. Subscription. I don't think this has all the secret sauce that you're going to rob me blind. But there you are. This is the Investor RT Professional Trader with D10 historical stuff and the pro user, and it's $135. And Bookmap Global Plus is about $1.50, I think. I might be able to figure that out too. I'm sure you're thinking, what kind of a doofus is this guy? He doesn't know what he's doing. I am really terrible about that sort of thing, frankly. I don't, what am I doing here? Well, I'm looking for my account. That's the way that, I think you got to go this way at first. So let's see what we got here. Subscriptions, pricing, connectivity, features. Where the hell is my stuff? I'm not a robot. Forgot about that one. No clicky there. Yeah, I know you're over there, chat. Okay. Well, $14 a month for DX feed historical data, which really sucks, right? I've got to do it twice for historical feed. I guess I can yeah, I don't suppose there's anything super duper secret here. There are the historic, and you've got to use these market depth in order to get historical data in Bookmap. And here's the every 90 days deal so it's just under $100 a month for Bookmap Global Plus if you do the 90-day thing. So it's it would be $235 a month, essentially. And that doesn't include, of course, all the computers and internet horse shit and all of that noise. Yeah, that's why we're always continually looking for that alternative, right? The data feed is DTX IQ feed, which is gives you the historical data. Now, I also need to pay for, because this is going through TopStep, I have to pay $40 for the level 2 data, which is what you see right here. It's just one big, everybody's making money, but, us. You can also go directly through Bookmap. If, for example, if you're not trading a combine, you have, however you're trading or whatever, you can get the $40 a month feed directly from Bookmap also, for the level 2 data, MBO, they call market by order data. But if you stop and think about it, say $300 a month, right? That's one trade of 2 contracts, 12 ticks, $300. And in theory, you could make, well, if I'd have taken both trades today that I've articulated and narrated and all this other stuff, that would have been for $1,500. Would have been 60, 120 ticks. Not with, and that's not including the copy trade story. That's just on one up account that you're seeing on the screens. And yeah, I'm sure you realize, but Bookmap is a completely standalone outfit and company, as is IRT. So you know that. IRT is Linsoft. If you want to check all this stuff out, Linsoft is the company. And you can go, they have all different kind of packages too. I'm sort of a creature of habit, I guess, and I've had that same, I haven't even looked at that. Like I said, I haven't even looked at that. Feel stupid, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head how much it was because it's been so long since I looked at it. And I figure it is what it is. What am I going to do? Cry about it every month and until I need to do something and change it. Yeah, then that's what I'll have to do. But so far, I'm keeping the balls in the air, and I hope I can continue to do that. That's the plan, Stan. Now, Rod and company and several people in Static, and I think on other places, the T-Lab and whatever, Sierra chart is also one that's doesn't have necessarily the functionality exactly that IRT has, but pretty damn close. And it's quite popular with a lot of traders, and you can trade directly from it. But I don't believe they have any kind of a heat map arrangement that I've seen. But Rod is talking about, yeah, I've got to just bite the bullet and make the cut. And Peter KP or whatever his name is says, oh, I can, only took me about a week. And there a lot of conversation about it. It's $50 a month. And it has its own data. It's called Denali, which is that the big mountain, famous mountain in Alaska. But that's the Sierra chart. It's kind of I guess, one of the few competitors that I know of for Investor RT. And I've had it and used it. I still have it around somewhere. I can open a Bookmap and fire it up. And the funny part about Sierra charts is, if I go there right now, all I have to do is change the credit card and pay the monthly fee, and everything's right activated again from the way it was 10 years ago or whatever. They're pretty together when it comes to that. That's for sure. And a lot of people, I think Ned, if you're in T-Lab, I think Ned uses it. Like I said, this Peter, whatever his name is, that he's a hot topic in the T-Lab at the moment. Seems like a nice guy. He did some sort of thing about how he does the VPOC to VWAP or the VPOC to IB30 trade or whatever it is. And yesterday, and it's the first time I'd ever really paid attention. But he trades with Sierra chart. And I think Harry does, and some others too. I think there's quite a few people in there that do. It's been around a long time. I started using IRT back around 2014 or something like that. And Sierra Charts was well-known competitor and alternative then. So it's not like the problem kind of with IRT that I have, just sharing, Chad Payne was the lead developer and a super nice guy, and you send Chad something about, you know, a question or something, you got a response back, and he's the one that's done all the, if you do the videos, if you go to Linsoft and watch any of the videos about how you do anything, he's the guy that's doing all of that. And he was there, I don't know, 20 years, I guess, and he left or retired or whatever. He's not there anymore. And so I think maybe it's kind of a little bit of a, maybe not as quite as user-friendly or support-friendly as it used to be. A guy in the T-Lab named Eddie kind of is picking up part of the support or whatever. And I also believe that Bill Lynn, who's the guy it was Bill Lynn who started at Linsoft, right? I think he's probably fairly old, probably younger than me, but old. And I heard he was retiring and is like kind of giving it to his daughter. I don't know if any of that's true, but you know how gossip swirls, right? Mujimbo, right? Those jungle drums get going, and you never know. But that's what I know about. That's what I know about Linsoft, Sierra Chart, and Bookmap, and or Linsoft being IRT. Investor RT. Investor Real Time. And I do know a little bit of history for you. Trevor, whatever his name was, with Market Delta, who back in the early to mid 2000s was came out with a software package with footprint charts, and he supposedly patented them or whatever else it was. And the way the story goes, that I'm pretty certain that this is true, Bill Lind and Chad Payne were developers for Trevor, or worked for him, helped develop that, and then went their own way kind of with Linsoft. So the story goes. I don't know. I never warmed up to footprint charts very much. That looked like pretty confusing. Also a good trading stuff if you're good with domes and numbers is Jigsaw. I own a Jigsaw license that I bought back in that same period of time, 2013-14. My problem is I'm pretty dyslexic, so for me to trade straight off a dome is pretty tough. It just starts looking like soup. That's why the heat map, I have it wound way down so that I only see the levels that I'm interested in. I know that there's 245, right? And then up here's another level. That's one, and I can go over there and see what it is. Well, I can see these levels of liquidity, and coupled with the session prices, I find it helpful for me to trade. Whereas probably the best dome I know of around is Jigsaw. And Peter tried to put a heat map together they call Auction Vista. And they tried to add some charting, and it's just all pretty clunky. As far as a heat map, ease of scaling in and out, doing all this kind of stuff, Bookmap's hands down the leader still that I've come across. I wasn't able to get far with Quant Tower, which does have good charting and a heat map, but the license that I got with TopStep X is only level 1. So, what good's a heat map if you've only got the inside bid and ask? You got one ear and one ear, and that's the end of it. It's stupid. I was trying to look at Quant Tower as an alternative for these two packages. Always on the lookout. But I'm also old enough to be from the "if it ain't broke, don't fix it" school. So there's that. you might look at Quad Tower, and they're built over there, Ukraine actually. And it's a cheaper subscription, and it does quite a bit of stuff. And it'll have TPO charts and decent volume profile, good volume profile, and it does have a heat map. I don't know how good the heat map is because, like I said, I wasn't able to really test it much. And you can look at it with a demo thing or a trial gizmo or whatever else. So they do have that if you're interested. And that's about all I know at this point. I know TopStep X is just, in my opinion, it's about one step ahead of a video game, which is really a shame because that would be perfect. I'll tell you, one that really worked great that I used once upon a time was Tradeovate. Back when it was being developed and was owned by whatever his name was, the futures trader, Tradeovate. It worked slick. It's an app, so you can log on to it from wherever computer you're on, and it remembers everything you've got. It's got good volume profile and a TPO charts. If I remember correctly, it had relatively good brackets, but then it was bought by NinjaTrader, and the minute I heard that, I just turned around and walked off. I got no use for that because of their philosophy about how that platform was developed and stuff doesn't appeal to me. So the minute they bought Tradeovate for like $2 billion or something, and so it was a big deal. There it went. I've never looked at it again. That's as much as I know about trading software. Well, boys and girls, 1417. Oh boy, oh boy. I suppose they're all kind of sitting on pins and needles waiting for Mr. Microphone to fire up at 1500, I guess. I don't know. I have no clue. I'm waiting for 1600 so I can shut these down, and hopefully everything comes right. I'm sure that it probably will. It's going to be positive. It's the same situation that happened before, once other time. And all it required was me being able to get a hold of somebody, the support guy. And I finally figured out I called early this morning and did get through. And, oh yeah, those aren't assigned. Okay, there you go. They should be fine. Just restart, then that's literally how long it took. And that was what happened the last time. But because of this giant drama that they experienced and are trying to work their way out of, and I feel real sorry for them because I know that's tough. It was the getting a hold of them part, And they can only just, go one guy at a time, right? They can only do one person at a time, so there you are. That's it. So I'll be pretty happy about all of that in a little bit. Once again, now I stream every morning at 8 o'clock with the setup and explanation, the numbers for the day, the pre-market analysis, expectation for what we're going to do. IRT. And Bookmap. nothing really to say special here today. We had a big directional move off of a news bump up here. Now we're just kind of fluffing around. Put in more or less a double bottom, I guess you could say, with a little higher lows. Yeah, in theory, if you're a trend drawer, trend line drawing trader. I've already just gone through the risk neutral trade setup that I feel is really worth taking a look at and thinking about. And I've talked about setting up trading as a business, not a video game or a gambling, you know, but looking at it and treating it as a what it really is, which is a business of statistics and probabilities, and the way to approach it as such. So, and I'm not preaching or talking down to anybody. I'm on the same level as everybody else. One thing that it's probably worth explaining again in this closing moments here, as we get right around the curve. This is a TopStep evaluation account, and there are 4 others behind it, or linked with it and copy traded. My thinking was, and the reason I start streaming at 8 o'clock in the morning, is that I have a very definite commitment. No trades are taken off the stream. And I want a complete, transparent, and accountable record of the journey from zero to hero. Now, and that's what I'm doing. So that's important to know. I'm not monetized by this for this stream anywhere, anyway. So I'm in it for the likes and the subs. That's great. And the feedback, that's good. I appreciate that a lot. And it is my virtual journal. So I'm essentially talking to myself here and sharing it with anybody who cares to breeze by and listen. Or maybe you're just into tapping your feet and like the music. Who the hell knows? But that's pretty much where I'm at. This is my, round the horn here in IRT. This is the Renko ES Mini, the mini NASDAQ, and this is the micro composite chart for the ES and the market profile chart for the ES. I also plot and track the micros, same three, same setup. Here is a interesting group of charts. This is where we are volume wise. This is relative volume for the day. Average is $77,778,000, sorry, and we're trading at just under 1 million. That's 127% increase in volume as of this point in time today. And the ATR is pulled back to about 4.75. These are delta divergences. Now, look at that. Okay, if you short it up here, you're thinking you're a regular rock star. And that's what I said jokingly. It'd be interesting to know how many internet gurus knew specifically to short the top up here at that IB high. But these delta divergences, so that, okay, great, that works. You got your ass kicked here, and your ass kicked here, and your ass kicked here. So these kind of signally things don't work much. This is a delta divergence and ATR chart that I pulled down off of IRT. Didn't change anything. IRT is real slick about that too, by the way, Richard. For example, if you wanted one of my charts, all I do is send you the definition. You open IRT, drag the thing over here and over the top of it, and poof, there it is in front of you. It really works great with all of that. Yeah, take care, Richard. Have a good one. And thanks for stopping by. Nice talking to you. These are harmonic rotations, which I have yet to, these are all very accurate and plotted correctly, but I've yet to figure out how to really use them into the trading, you know. This is the SPX, and this is just a daily ES chart with open interest plotted in there. So back to the beginning. And over here we have bookmap. Now, the way these columns are set up, micro composite column with the data I manually enter from the micro composite chart in IRT. High and low volume nodes pushed automatically from IRT to bookmap. I didn't maybe explain those, but the high and low volume nodes are these represented by these red and green lines in the most recent micro composite volume profile. And they just mark the high volume nodes and the low volume nodes in this profile. And that's what you see here. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile, which started, reset at 8:30 this morning. And then this is my notes column, which is pretty important for me. I first changed the title of the column. I do all of this in the pre-market every morning. I changed the column title here to the open type that I expect for the day. And how do you determine that? Well, the open type is determined by where we open the current or the upcoming RTH period session as it compares to the previous RTH session close. And if you see right there behind is the previous RTH session high. So we're lower than the close and we're within range. So we're lower in range. And there's only 4 types of open types. 4 open types. Now the open type is what dictates which of the statistics study is used for the respective prices. That I also do every morning. Then in this, and I enter those statistics here. There was an 82.9% chance that price would revisit the overnight mid, and there we did. Behind over here is the overnight volume point, or is the overnight volume point of control, and and that was 40%, and 84%. We revisited that one. So there you go. That's how it works. They're not lines in the sand. They are probabilities and statistics. Then I also flag the migrating volume points of control. And the reason for that is, let's say you're typically looking at this. Okay, where was the volume point of control all day besides here? Which way are we going? Up, down, backwards? Who the hell knows, right? And there's one I forgot to flag, so bad me. Bad on me. Boop, there we go. And that's how I do them. Now that I've taken this new technique of keeping the entire range in view until I'm expecting to interact with the market, and then I can zoom in. These flags are not as important as they used to be, because obviously I can see the entire day and the movement of the micro composite. And really, I also didn't catch all these crazy Ivans here, so I've been asleep at the wheel, it looks like to me. Spank that guy. Who's got the spanking tool? Maybe I can get Mama to punish me. into that. I call these little goofy spikes here crazy Ivans, just for lack of a better way. And what they tell you about the market is that we're trading in a real, there's not any big volume differences, you know. Now 11,000, 11,2, 11,000, 9, you know. And down here it's 9, 8, 9, 85, 93, 9. That's why these are just moving around so, because remember the definition of the POC. It is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So if you're trading 7,500 here and it goes 7,501 up here, there you're going to be. And then it goes 7,502 down here, there you are. That's how it works. It only takes one contract to move that around. And if there's not great differences between the contracts, you know, for example, right now we're trading at 15,288, well, 15,299 contract because it's trading there now. Pretty quick, it's going to be 15.5. Okay, it's pretty slim possibility that we're going to move the POC or migrate the POC up here, because this is only 1819 and we've only got 30 minutes left in the day. You understand? So you see how that works. It's just numbers, math, simple. People try to make this, you know, complicated, or you got to wear a pointy hat and have a magic wand or something. Absolutely not. Common sense. Common sense. So that's it, pretty much, right? One thing, and if you're, Richard's gone. Anyway, if you're interested in Bookmap or Habit or whatever else, something to be aware of. Now, well, a couple things. First, in order to be able to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel here. And you need to select which way you're going to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is inside of this active data column right here. You see the mouse turns into a $sign, and over here it's an arrow. Inside, behind this, into the right of this line is the active data column. Notice that there's only the last price in here. There's no volume things or historical or anything else. If you choose the dome, then the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns. Well, guess what? If you choose both, you can do both of them. You can also trade with your keyboard hotkey, which I have set up and used to do a long time. Only traded with them. But I think in Bookmap, it's more accurate and faster to trade with your mouse, I believe. And so that's why I've made the cut over. But one caveat about the keyboard, which is the same for any computer or any platform, you've got to have the focus of the computer on the application for the hotkeys to work. Now, the point I was going to make is a couple of things. After I've selected my multi-bracket, and I confirm the multi-bracket size here, so that's correct. And then I click this button again, and it stays green, the padlock stays unlocked, but I get the screen back, I get the real estate back, and I can see all the important data. All of this data right here is right here. And when you have that closed, the cancel all and close all is, you've got two buttons up here to do that. So I don't need that control panel after that, but here's what I'm getting around to showing you in case you ever bump into this. Let's look at the NQ. Okay, nothing much to see there, nothing to see here, folks. Let's go back and Go back to the ES and make a trade. Uh-oh, what happened? The minute you go off of or change instruments, the trade control panel resets to off. So you got to make sure that you put that back on the way you had it. The multi-brackets will reactivate, no problem. But you have to be, anytime you move from one instrument to the other, it will disable the trade control panel. So there's a little one, and we've rounded the big curve, and we're headed for the home stretch here. Now, the next order of business that, unless we get Mr. Microphone or shows up and starts babbling about something, will be the market on close orders, and that they are released at 1450 every day. Well, there are an infinite number of opportunities to diddle in the middle here, it looks like. And that is considered, I think that's the 11th commandment, thou shalt not diddle in the middle. It is for me, for sure. We got about 10 minutes to the market on close orders. And then 1500, the stream will go down, and I wait for 1600 when I shut off the book map. I thought about letting the stream go. I mean, what difference does it make? No skin off my nose, right? But that's extra storage being used up, and it's pretty much nothing. You know, I'm not going to be involved or talking or trading, and most of the time it's kind of flat line, so I don't see any real need to include it in the stream. And it's, you know, this stream is 7 hours essentially, so it's probably long enough. Yeah, this is just a real good time of day to get your butt handed to you, in my opinion. And I am just real excited to see this, if everything's been ironed out on the back end there. That'll be fun. That'll be great. All right, 2 minutes until MOC time here. And lately they haven't been too spectacular, so don't hold your breath. I'm certainly not holding mine. And also, we've got random risk. Mr. Microphone is taking the stage at 1500. He's going to sign executive orders on Olympics. I guess, what is he going to outlaw the Olympics or declare, charge them tariffs or, wow. What the hell? What is that about? I wonder. I don't wonder enough to have anything to do with listening to him. There we go. There was our market on close orders, and exactly nothing happened. You see a little liquidity building up here now, which will start for the into the close. And let's see if we get and here they are. It's 738 million buy side S&P 500, 772 million buy side NASDAQ, 105 million buy side Dow, and 407 million buy side Mag 7. So not anything. And here goes Trump and with this Mr. Sign the shit. This I can't watch this stuff. I mean, I'm not interested in watching that. So there we go. That's the market on close orders. They're getting all ready for something to do with the Olympics. I wonder if he really actually thinks it. I don't know. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thanks for stopping by. Smack the thumbs up on the way out the door. Be honor if you'd subscribe. Bump that up, help the channel. Let's see here now. Market on close orders. El Dud Amundo. Wow. Is that the truth? Sure as hell is. Look at that. What do we got there? 32 to 27? 5 handle, I guess. Now, one of the things that's really important to remember with this new concept I have of watching the, keeping the entire range on screen. I'm not, with a day like this, with the range this wide, I'm not able to keep it $1 high. Typically, I keep these $1 apart, the price levels. Well, I can't do that, or it just doesn't work. So we have, what do we have here? 315 to, wow. We've got about a 60 point range, 60 handle range here, where it's highs at 72 and the lows around 63.15. So I guess 55 handle range. That's pretty big deal for the ES. Now, the lion's share was the big sell-off on the news. More tariff stuff, going to charge millions, going to charge millions. Five minutes to the cash close. Might see a little bit of a closing swing bump or trade here, but I don't know. Doesn't look like it. I think the market is probably on pins and needles waiting to hear what's going to be. And obviously there's no news about whatever the hell an executive order about the Olympics would be worthy of television coverage, but once in front of that camera and microphone, the opportunity to say lots of stuff is what's why I call it random risk. Used to be much more controlled, it was not, that didn't exist. Certainly not on the level like we see it now. Two minutes and counting. The 2-minute warning What is that? Oh, football. I think they used to do that anyway. The American kind of football. They're going to go for new lows? That would be pretty interesting. I wonder if... I don't know whether Mr. Microphone is actually talking now or what's going on actually. Not supposed to be until 3, so 1500. The way the market's moving, I would suggest that it's happening now. Barely. Got another couple of seconds here. 15 seconds. Liquidity piling in on both sides. There's all those market on close orders jamming in there. And we're washing out sell side, it looks like. And the last second migration of the VPOC, which is typical. On Bookmap, whether it will migrate on IRT or not, we'll have to wait and see here for a minute. See that it's not. Now, I have the developing in yellow as it is on Bookmap, and I have a red fixed up here at where it is, you know, the last fixed location. Probably don't really need that, but anyway. Whether we get this yellow drop down here or not, that's the next one. Now there's the close. I mean, we are closed. Cash close. There's actually a 15-minute curb trade, they used to call it. I think it runs up until about 15:15 or 15:10. And then the market does all the settlement stuff, and there's still some trading going around out there. But if you're trading a prop account or any of those kind of things, typically everybody wants their traders flat by no later than 15:15, I believe. If it's you're trading your own account, it's your own business, well then, there you go. You just have to be real careful that you don't get stuck in a position over settlement, because then you've got to pony up the risk for the carry, which can be a real gagger. All right, so have a great night. Do something good for yourself and your family or whatever. Your health. Get away from the screens, rest your eyes, clear your head. It's real important to be healthy, well-rested, balanced, well-fed, nutrition for trading, because it takes a lot of thought, which burns a lot of energy, and you don't want to ever be on tilt. You want to be thinking clearly and calmly and methodically. So there you go. I'll be back at 800 in the morning. Have a wonderful evening, and thanks for stopping by. Smack the like on the way out. Thumbs up or whatever it is on the way out. That'd be great. be a big help. Appreciate it.